and welcome back to Bard College. I hope you have had a great week since our last game. Indeed, the culmination of which was the resurrection of Tiziana Montaigne. They were reunited with Freddie in the previous session, and together with Nain and Talabaste, the party set up on trying to heal some injuries and beckon Tisha's living soul back into her dead body. After explaining the whys and wherefores that he could, Freddie described how she was taken back from Voudra, but unfortunately did succumb to a magical glyph across the heart of Tisha. The resurrection was taken part in by Tilly, Red, Freddie, and performed by Mia, but also joined in with by Talabaste. Talabaste, seemingly a what she referred to as a demon binder, someone with a demon bound to them, or in Talabaste's case, literally in them. It seems as though the successful resurrection of Tisha allowed Jorgarath, the Quasit, or the demon in Quasit form, bound inside Talabaste, to cross over to a celestial plane, and during that transition, they transformed from a Quasit into a Hollyphant. And that would be the last you ever see of Jorgarath. Or George, to give his celestial name.
What, did he fly off?
He flew through, kind of like the magical light that consumed Tisha's body during the ritual when the diamond was crushed became almost like a pathway to another plane, from whence Tisha's soul was brought back, and George crossed over.
Oh, he got a free bus to heaven, is what he did.
Exactly, yeah.
Was that his intention all along?
Probably.
I very much found that satisfying as a DM, because you were right to be cautious, John. You were especially cautious, because who the fuck knew what was going to happen at that point? And Talabaste obviously did not look inviting. But I was pleased to reward your risk-taking, or at least let George off the hook. So yeah. The dramatic conclusion of that scene was Tisha. You'll remember silver of hair, dainty elven form, kind of laying across this velvet cushioned sarcophagus with the glass lid taken off. Everybody involved in the ritual would still be either stood over or kneeling up against it. Tisha, what would you say?
Literally that. And obviously she would open up her little peepers and they'd flicker and she'd try and understand where she is. She's also, I think she'd just come back to life, right? She's been dead. And obviously she's going to want to try and cough out and speak and find out who's in front of her. So who depends on who she's seeing for what she would say.
I think given that Mia is the one who performed the spell, Mia would have the kind of best view and be stood over, whereas everybody else might just be around.
Mia? Is that you?
Yeah. Is that you? Really?
Yeah, I think it's me.
Are you okay? How do you feel?
I could do with some water.
I'll run off to go and get some water.
You have a little halfling jumping on top of you and giving you a hug.
Tilly?
Hey!
Is that you?
And she's kind of just hard to... it's really difficult for her to speak, so she'll be just sort of sobbing and giving you a hug.
Tisha would probably look quite like she'd be taking part in the ritual of the hug, but also be like, what the fuck is going on? And also terribly frightened, I think, at this point. So she'd probably be quite reserved with that hug and a bit discombobulated.
Tilly!
Tilly wouldn't
Tilly,
notice.
get off her!
Yeah.
Here's your water.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you. And then try and sit up.
As you pass Tisha a carafe of water from wherever, Nain snatches it out of your hand and places a hand down across Tisha's chest in a confrontational way. And looks down upon you. Tisha, or Lucy rather, what would be a piece of information that only Nain and Tisha know? You can make it up.
Yeah. It'd be something to do with the location of like a childhood game we used to play. Maybe like what was kept under the stairs in the basement that we used to sort of play dress up with or something like that.
Okay. So, in that case, Nain interjecting says, hold on. If you really are the Tisha, my Tisha, then you'll know what was in the basement. The thing we used to play with back home on Ainelian.
Yeah, Nain. It was Mum's veil, right? When she got married, right? We used to play dress up.
You can see Nain begin to kind of well up before she like puts the water down and gives you like a full-on like stranglehold hug, and whispers something in your ear that in Elvish that only if you spoke Elvish would you understand, but it's tantamount to a, oh my god, I can't believe it is really you. Thank the gods. Now, and she like thrusts back just as quickly and gives you some water. She like looks around and she sees Freddie like dutifully standing by, kind of bowing his head a little, trying to conceal his wounds as well as his disbelief. Nain turns to the rest of you. Maybe we should give them some room?
Yeah. Absolutely.
And then looking around the relatively pokey cloister that you all find yourself in,
We'll just We'll just be 5 feet over this
Yeah.
direction.
Just be camera pans that
Really
way.
private.
They're just there. And you're left with Freddie. Giselle also goes back. Freddie, you can see it, his dutifulness changes a little bit to awe and a little bit to fear. Can't believe that worked.
Freddie? Is that you?
He just kind of nods silently. He takes like half a step towards you. Tisha. I'm sorry I didn't come sooner.
I don't. I thought about you. I thought about you a lot, obviously. I didn't even think it would be possible for you to break through. I thought it was over. I didn't think I'd see you again. It doesn't even look like. Is it you? Do I look like me? I don't. This is
Tisha,
really confusing.
You look well. You look like you've been through it, but you're still 10 times prettier than me. And he like pulls his hair back, and you can see this scar across his eye. Representative of his lack of self-confidence, he goes to reassure you. You don't have to explain. There were many times when I thought it was over too. The first few months after you'd gone, I was really angry. How could you go without so much as saying goodbye? Your grandparents wielded such powerful magic. I came to terms with how useless I would have been even if I weren't unconscious at the moment you walked away. But I've got better. I strive to learn absolutely everything I could, not only about your grandparents and the covenant of the blood goddess, but about nethermancy, about hemocraft. You should have seen it, Tisha. I crossed realities and literally put my head together with another dozen versions of myself. I did everything I could to get to you as soon as I could. And the fact that you were languishing in the abyss for how long was it?
Like, I don't even know what it's time. I don't even know how long. I don't.
It's okay.
Over a year, maybe. I don't.
I would have traded places with you. But it's thanks to them that you're back. When I don't know if you remember, but when I defeated those 3 Mariliths, I was collared by Shaktari, and I was going to give up. I thought it was over too. And I feel guilty because part of me was just happy to be near you, even though we were both in chains. I thought about splitting the poison between us both, ending the pain and misery. So I really do have to say sorry, because I nearly missed out on this, on you, and on us. I need you to forgive me. And he rushes towards you, and he's now stood next to you. He looks like he wants to embrace you, but this whole thing has been so much for him. He's not sure.
Yeah, she reaches out as in to prevent him, and then she traces a thumb on the scar on his face, and is like, "Look, take some time. It's been a long time. Don't think you need to be sorry. I don't even know what I'm feeling right now, and I'm just worried they're gonna find us."
I
And
know.
then she squeezes his hand.
He respectfully squeezes back, and as both your minds turn to pragmatism, there's a silent promise to really talk about this when you're both ready. Before I came to Vudra, I had some help. Starseekers actually just turned up at the right time. You say you were gone for around a year, so were they. Myself, a Dao named Kamoon, Talabaste, someone who took the fall for your grandparents' early crimes, was all too happy to help out. They'd been stuck here beneath Feladrandor. You're really not as far from home as you used to be. My logic was that if we were on a piece of land owned by the Montagnais, they'd almost never think to look here.
Indeed.
Not only that, but it was shrouded by a weather machine similar to Storm Cradle. We're below sea level. We're Kamoon's. I think we could be safe here, but the others may have different ideas. We might have to concoct different plans. I don't know. We should invite them back in.
Yeah. And I think we need to go somewhere completely different, away. I feel like they can trace it. They know everything. I don't. It's been. Oh, we'll catch up. I'm worried.
Okay. That's okay. Guys?
Hey, we totally didn't hear everything you just said.
Just turn from here to like, oh, hi, I'm back.
we were
Oh.
not. Yeah.
Thank you for humouring us.
Hey, it's not just this doesn't happen every day. You you need to sit down, right? You how are you feeling, Tisha?
Well, I just want to say thank you. Freddie's obviously just explained without you, I wouldn't be here. So this is a lot to take in, and it's been so long. And then she's probably just going to like burst into tears or something like that. But I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm okay. Sits down.
Naeem kind of leans into Mia. Thank you for bringing my sister back. She seems uneasy. It's making me uneasy. I know there's not a good time, but maybe we should go somewhere where, I don't know, we can just relax or just take a few days just to, I don't know. What do you think?
I think that would be really nice. I don't know if we have that luxury, though.
She
We can put our
nods
heads together.
pensively.
Do you have somewhere in mind?
No, Freddie and I have been stuck here for a while.
Yeah.
Now suddenly this place feels really small. I mean, I worked hard on the weather machine, but with it being broken, and Talabaste being gone, I'm not even sure I could repair it. At that point, Freddie pipes up. There's a teleportation circle on the island, back above ground. We could use it if we wanted to leave. Or this whole place could be where we conduct our. I don't know. What are we thinking, guys? A counter assault? What?
I think we were gonna wait for when Tisha is ready to give us any information that might help, I think.
Yeah. Kind of flying blind out there. You've been at it, Freddie, for a long time, and Tisha's. I mean, you've been where you've been, but things have been really bad, and we haven't experienced it because we were locked away in a library for a year. Long story. We will tell that later. But what we've pieced together so far, after we've been back for a mere days, is that things are really bad. The elves, your family, and also the elves from Melanambir, they're cutting ties. They're getting ready. They're arming themselves. They're things that work in the background for you know what, Tisha. they're on the move, and it feels imminent. That's why we rushed and tried to find you as quick as possible. We didn't expect you, but I'm glad we did, and you're back, and it's fantastic. We mostly came here for Freddy in search for information. We sorely lack.
What do you want to know?
What do you know about the timeline and the means by which they want to bring back the Night Serpent?
I mean, we need to know. Yeah. Have you heard of Nosy and Sezetsu? You've
Yeah.
pieced together that?
Yes, we have that in the notes somewhere.
Can I just check, DM, when she says Nozi and Zetsu, wasn't there Nozi and someone, is there a different name that went together in that, like?
No, it was Sasetsu.
She
Got
used
you.
like a nickname.
Got you.
Oh. Yeah, she did. Yeah.
That makes sense. That
Just in
made
case
sense
I was
to me.
missing some huge plot hole there, like.
Sezetsu.
The second you said it, that made sense to me. Like that would be her like short name.
Uh-huh.
So you do. What do you know?
Well, we've heard that there were this couple, right? And one was a warrior who was an orphan, and the other was a princess. And I don't actually remember much about above that. I don't know. Red, help me out. You're good at this stuff.
We've actually, I'm sorry, I look fundamentally changed. We've actually met. It's Red. Flash some of the same jewelry, like.
I'm so confused because there's a big bloody teeny and there's a girl with purple skin.
Sorry, this is Giselle.
Oh, okay.
I am the Great Kamoon. Welcome back.
Oh, thank you. Hi, Red. It's good to see you.
Yeah.
Long story.
Okay,
well,
what we know about the legend was little. We were just we were catching up on the trails of some old murals that had been found in temples, and this prophetic idea that this couple would rise to take over. I don't know. Fill in the blanks for me. Vudra or the world, or
so those So it's this prophecy, right, that you've just mentioned. It's this. My grandparents have believed I've been part of that ever since I left you. In fact, before, but like growing up, they thought. So weird looking back now of how much I wasn't allowed to leave and see anybody and experience life. And I didn't have any family, I didn't have any friends. And now I just see that, well, it was all part of this big plan. So basically, I was with Shaktari. I was meant to go and get a blessing. I am, in their mind, the princess who's meant to wed Sezetsu. The bit that it doesn't really make sense. I'm already married, but I don't. The only bit that doesn't make sense is that when I got there, she kept me there. I was meant to get blessing. I was meant to. This is everything that my grandparents have said anyway. I don't. It's all really confusing, but she basically said I had to wait with her until Sezetsu came and blocked out the sun.
oh fuck, that's fucked up.
And that's when Freddy found me.
I I found some old scripture. Some of the clues that Telebaste helped me demystify were based on this prophecy. Suzetsu is a warrior, a warrior who was born or arrived into slavery, and he would be the one to blot out the sun. Nosie's role was actually strangely similar to the things that Tisha has accomplished in her life. The prophecy goes on to say that Nosy would lay waste to a cult of Tabaxi warriors who covet only riches in order to provoke the god of death. She would then meet him as an equal and bring down fiery justice on him for imprisoning Dendar. Tisha, you remember, right? You remember the huge crystal in the Tabaxi clan on Pride Mount? You destroyed a cult of Tabaxi who worshipped a crystal, coveted only riches.
So I did do it.
And you did meet the god of death as an equal, but you didn't ascend to godhood to do it. He was cast here onto the material plane as a mortal. And you did bring down fiery justice on him. The whole fucking volcano blew up.
Well, I thought I was doing. Oh, I thought I was doing that as part of this team,
Trust
not as
me.
part of the Bring
I-
Dendar back plan.
I don't get it either. But if you exist, if you're the nosy that the prophecy describes, and that's still an if, then Satsetsu must be out there. And he must have a plan to blot out the sun. Have you guys... I had no leads. He looks quizzically towards the Star Seekers.
Well,
Well, go on.
I mean, when we emerged from the Infinite Library, there was an eclipse that wouldn't go away. It was like
At that
quite a
point,
big-
Freddy drops whatever he's holding.
It's okay. The sun's back now. At least I think it is. The help that we got with shutting down the weather system here seemed to bring back the sun or pushed whatever it was out of the way, but it happened then.
You say there was help.
Yeah,
I
on our
remember if you'd
way.
mentioned this already, but to him.
I think we did when we talked about the weather system, but I will. Red kind of summoned an angel.
You mean
Is that putting it fairly? Red?
Sabathiel, the almighty carrying of the beacon of the Lord's dawn light?
He helped.
Yeah, he fucked the weather system up, the weather control system thing. There was a lot of mirror light around as well, or producer. Got a chunk of mirror light.
So either we've Sabathiel or your interjection has delayed or even prevented this blocking out of the sun.
I don't think we're so lucky. Maybe delayed.
When was that? How long ago?
How long have we been here?
Yes.
Today?
Yesterday?
Yesterday.
Yeah. And so that's when it went away. And it was there. I think when we arrived, they said it's been going on for like a day or so. So overall, maybe lasted 3-4 days, something like that. 5.
Max.
I can't remember how long we were on the boat for. 3 days, something like that.
The last part of the prophecy would be that when she kind of looks towards Tisha for like permission to talk about the prophecy. It's like it's not Freddie's prophecy, it's like Tisha's family's prophecy, and Tisha probably heard it a million times at this point. But he's like say, requests permission.
She gives him a nod.
Nosy would be the princess that exacted Dendar's revenge, and Setsu is the warrior that would bring about his second coming. The union of the two would happen once Dendar had cleared the way, and their prophecy is that they would rule over a new world. This resetting is something that the prophecy refers to as the Great Catharsis. And now Freddie goes into a rather academic conversation about what he's able to find out about Dendar and why people worship him. I'm happy to go into that if you want me to. But I realise it's incredibly nerdy. But yeah. So he will go on to say, this prophecy has persisted through generations, retold by secretive groups, such as the ones that Tisha's grandparents belong to. They call themselves the Covenant of the Blood Goddess, and they revere the Ceruk. The Ceruk are an ancient Yuan-Ti progenitor race whose ancestry can be traced back through the lineages of the elves, the Yuan-Ti, and even lizard folk. And the Covenant of the Blood Goddess are not the only group that worship the Ceruk or believe that Dendar will come again. In fact, the Covenant of the Blood Goddess is just one of the Crimson Court, the Blood King. They're all different denominations, if you like, merely disagreeing about how best to prepare. They all think that it's inevitable, but it seems to me that each group might be vying for dominance ahead of this prophetic apocalypse. The Great Catharsis revolves around Dendar, the Nightmare Serpent. These groups believe that Dendar is the dark manifestation of all of the fear, suspicion, and mistrust in the world. And according to the Covenant of the Blood Goddess, those fears and anxieties serve an important purpose. Nightmares are not to be avoided, but embraced. Gifts from Dendar that point the way to salvation. Reflections of your inner conflicts that can be demystified and reveal a hidden truth. You know, if you dream of a flood, maybe it's Dendar telling you to get to high ground. You dream about pestilence and disease, time to cull the livestock and salt the earth. People like Ilhan and Denevere Montenay see these nightmares as a warning, a way of taking precaution. And unscrambling our latent unconscious fears is a passageway to self-acceptance. He looks towards Tisha.
Who's heard it many a time and will probably say, and one of their fears about me that they told me again and again was the fear of me polluting with marrying Freddie and polluting their bloodline.
She said they would say, fear is the only way to the truth. Only when facing what you truly fear will you ever find out what you're capable of. Only when facing your fears will you live an honest life. And it seems as though Ilhan and Denevere's capturing of Tisha before she was able to pollute their bloodline is because they believe that she is nosy, that their bloodline will continue with the union of Nosy and Setsu in a grave world where Dendar is consumed in darkness, and only those who are pure of heart, metaphorically speaking, and free from fear, will be able to revel in self-acceptance and bring their will to bear on the rest of us. People who are paralyzed by vanity, contrivances, and dishonesty of the impure. Do you know, I read it so many times I almost started to find it convincing.
All right, so we got a whole lot of prophecy.
Just a heap
And a
pile.
whole lot of people believe in it, and maybe it's fucking true. We don't know. Or maybe it can be made to become true. Is there any, I mean, if all this information is from prophetic scripts and cult knowledge and so on, then surely it's just as valuable to find like the other side of the story, right? Isn't there any kind of scripts and ancient texts or beliefs of like other clans and sects that want to stop this? Or maybe there's a fear written in the prophecy that something will happen or something must happen in order to, you know, be successful. Something, their danger could stop it, a creature, a legend, I don't know, anything.
Tisha turns to Freddie and says, well, they never said that this was going to happen.
Yeah. Maybe the prophecy is just a prediction and not a certainty. I don't know. I did read differing accounts, all with the same theme, but read the god that they hate more than Kellanvor, or just as much as Kellanvor, is Lathander.
Light,
Lathander represents hope, new beginnings, forgiveness, and the casting out of fear. Perhaps we should seek some advice from people at the Hall of the Dawn Chorus.
So funny you say that. I was waiting to say, let's get the fuck out of here and go to the Halls of the Dawn Chorus. I don't know how much you caught up on recent events, but it's dilapidated now. Anyway, it's boarded up, no one's there, but it's still a holy site. Maybe we can stay out of the way there, and if we teleport, then we go straight inside. We'd never have to encounter anyone on the way. No one knows about Tisha, and then we do what we can to obfuscate our trail from divination.
Wouldn't it be safer to go back to Silvercrest though?
It just depends how do we evaluate safe? We can't really get into Silvercrest and do much without announcing ourselves, Freddy, Tisha.
Well, we just need to lie down for a bit, right? And
yeah, that's
I
my
mean,
whole
the
idea.
way you
I just
the way
wanna
you
get
the way you described that place where you went, and after you came back, you were just not yourself.
Yeah, Giselle's
mean-
going to pipe up.
I mean, I feel like it's a really bad idea. I'm sorry. I it's the last place I'd want to be.
It's just that what Freddy said that about Lathander driving out fear, and I'm afraid to go back there. It was
Do we not have one in
a sight of terror
Last
for
Hollow
me.
as well?
But maybe there's something to go into that place we're afraid of and letting Lathander's light shine there. I fled. I ran away from it in fear. And I left it in the dark.
I'm not saying that, going there to commune is a bad idea. That's I think Freddy's right, especially as far as Lathander's concerned. I'm just saying taking Tisha there now in the state she's in, and Freddy and Nain taking them there now would be a dangerous thing to do. I'd rather have them protected in.
Only they can say if they'll feel safe or not, but my thinking was that, there's no one in there. It's boarded up from the outside, and sure, we'd be right in the center of Cerulea, but at the same time, it's like, it's the last place you'd look, We'd be beneath everything. I can guarantee you, from what's since happened there, no one's hanging out at the Halls of the Dawn Chorus. But if there's somewhere else you guys would prefer to be, then, I'm all ears. I just don't want to stick around in this dank fucking underground. like a mushroom down here.
Freddy just mouths
Nothing
to
wrong with a mushroom.
himself. Fear is the only way to truth.
And Tisha repeats it.
Well, that was creepy as hell, guys. Thank you. Thanks, Tisha. Sure. We gotta go. We gotta go somewhere. I think if I could just go back to what you said, Tisha, one thing just is in my mind. All the prophecy talk you mentioned, the way you described it talked about what happens after Dendar comes, and then the prophecy, and then the Nosy and Setsu get together, and then they rule, and all of these things that you said, they relate to things that come after. What I think we need to know desperately is what we can do to stop him from coming. It doesn't seem to me from what you said that's like, I don't know, stopping the prophecy would stop him from coming, because you died. You died. If we didn't brought you back, you would be dead, and that didn't seem like to immediately have any effect, or maybe we wouldn't have noticed, but it didn't feel like, and also Shaktari, kept you where she was just supposed to bless you and send you back. So she was like, "Oh, I'm just gonna I'm gonna keep this prize and give it to the boss to show how good I am," right?
Mm.
But she did it while knowing that she's not gonna disrupt the coming of Dendar, because if she thought that did stop him from coming, she wouldn't do it. She wouldn't do it, right? Does that make sense?
Unless she knows who this Suzetsu is.
Yeah. What I'm saying is, like, what do we need to do to stop Dendar from coming?
Well,
Have you got any idea?
I mean, I was dead. I don't know if he gets replaced.
Your grandparents didn't say anything. The final ritual, maybe a place where it would take place, or temple.
Lucy, I will interject here. When Ilhan and Denevere took Tisha, they took her to Aranthalor, to the Elven capital, where that is where she did most of her training, preparation in secret. That is where the gate to Vudra was, and that is where, crucially, after Tisha arrived in Vudra, Shaktari sent their demonic Maralith forces to reinforce the Green Peninsula. That is where power is being centralized. That is where the cult is taking control. But that would be about the extent of Tisha's knowledge of the whys and wherefores. She is not much more than a prize, not really privy to the grim mechanics of the coming dominion, if you like. And so, Tisha, I think if the party is certain about trying to disrupt whatever's going on, it would be either trying to track down Setsu or going to the Green Peninsula. Maybe both of those things at the same time. Maybe looking for him there, maybe trying to look for clues elsewhere. But I think, quite justifiably, Tisha, you'd be very skeptical about going to the Green Peninsula and meeting that threat head on.
Yeah. I don't think she'd want to do that at all right now.
But I'll leave you all to ruminate on that information and plot your next plan over the break, and we'll see where the Star Seekers go in just over 20 minutes.
All right.
See ya.
All right. See you in a bit. welcome back. If you've been affected by any Dendar worshipping cults, then please get in touch with your local Dawn Lord. Is that what the party are going to do? Who knows? We resume in the bowels of Felidrandor. Yeah, it's totally up to you guys. What we're doing? What's the plan?
I just want to not do the next part of whatever we do in this fucking cave. I hate it here, guys.
There is a different temple in Crystal Spear that we could go to that would keep us close to Temple of the Dawn Lord, but maybe not have to stay there. There's the one that I named after Tisha, actually.
Hmm.
You named a temple after me?
Yeah, I wanted it built in your honor, and I got talking to an architect and came up with some ideas. It's nothing really. It's called the Temple of the Awakened Princess.
Wow, that'd be cool to see sometime.
We could go there as a bit of a compromise between Silvercrest and Crystal Spear.
So, okay, so wherever we go, what is it actually that we want to do when we're there? Except for just
Figure out
let
plan,
Tisha
sleep,
Let
maybe.
her rest.
Yeah.
So at the Temple of the Dawn, we plan, is what you're saying, essentially.
Essentially.
Boo!
Sounds cliche somehow, but yeah.
Okay.
I mean, we just, you can't be seen Tisha, right? Like, not as Tisha. I mean,
They've got spies everywhere.
everywhere.
Freddie, still clutching his wound, which, although clean, is nowhere near healed. He says, I never really thought about what we might do if we got to this eventuality. I've been so focused on finding Tisha, overcoming this covenant. I think we could rally all of our allies in a place that we hold all the cards in. I mean, Crystal Spear, we kind of know the head of the council, right?
Ooh.
Remind me where we last left that political void.
Don't think they've replaced him yet. Is that true?
Well, we haven't been there in a year, so we took Madani out, and then we don't know anything that happened in the last 12 months there, right?
In Crystal Spear. I thought we stopped there briefly after we came back for a year. Oh, but then I guess there was just the eclipse.
In Crystal Spear.
Yeah, I went to Crystal Spear.
You went to the
So did you.
temple of the Dawn Lord.
Yeah, but that was you were
it was
in
like
and out,
an hour,
and it was not good. It was definitely not good for whatever reasons, and I just feel like Crystal Spear is going to be dangerous because of Lucretia going mad about the revenge against us, and
What?
you specifically.
Are you suggesting still that we go to Silvercrest?
I guess my idea, I guess my question is, if we're only want to think about a plan for, and we're only worried about the next, 24 hours, what I would suggest is we find a place where we can't be spied upon magically. And from all the times that we previously, you previously talked about it, every time somebody's on like a different plane, you can't scry on them. Is that right, Mir?
Mm-hmm.
So any sort of spying would be difficult, and there's a spell in this book that would allow me to create such a space for 24 hours.
Oh,
For
me
us-
too.
For us to go in and relax and chillax, and Tisha can recover from the physical and whatever. And we can plan hopefully safely. It's just a case of where we're going to cast it, because that's where the entrance is. So when we get out of it, we don't want to be in a dangerous spot, right? Like, I wouldn't do it here, because after 24 hours we come out and this place is crawling with, whoever we don't know. So I suggest we cast that somewhere safe. We could go to where you want to go. We could go to Silvercrest. I don't know if it matters too much. And if that's enough time for us to relax and think about our options and plan, then
The great Kamoon would not see you cower. If it is another plane that you seek refuge in, then allow me to take you before the great Khan. Giselle,
The Great Khan? Huh?
the great Khan sits in the sevenfold mazework, an impenetrable labyrinth of stone, which only the Tao, and maybe a few clever Minotaur, can navigate. The great Khan resides in a palace known as the Hidden Fulcrum, ion impenetrable fortress of the most solid rock in the multiverse. The great Kamoon would see you safe there in order to concoct the next phase of your world-saving plan.
I don't hate that. Just Giselle, it's your friend.
What? Yeah,
and you
totally.
and you totally trust him. So
Yeah, that'd be cool. It'd be like an adventure.
I don't hate that, but what do you think, Red Mir? I guess the only worry is I hope there's no weird. Come on, great. Come on. I'm sorry. There isn't any
Yes.
sort of weird timey-wimey dilation between your plane and our plane. Like, we went to the library and then the year passed, and that would be very bad if it happened again.
There is no natural way to discern the passage of time on the plane of Earth. Even the void peaks have no sun to mark the days, and only the mud hills are lit by a damp, pale light that darkens slightly, roughly every 13 hours.
Okay, I'm less sold on the idea now. I gotta be honest.
Wait, Giselle pipes up. Mia, don't we need the person from the chain library, the clock lady? Wouldn't that be helpful right now to kind of measure time?
She could help. I'm not sure we can 100% trust her, but sure. As maybe there's maybe it's worth it.
Maybe we don't have time to get that, though. I don't know. Maybe that's an extra.
I think Kamoon's idea is a good one.
Yeah, definitely giving us a bit more time than just the 24 hours in the spell. We need to rest at least. I don't mind going if we have to come back. You can send us back, right? Great Camus?
Of course.
And so just to clarify, the Great Khan does live in the fuck away from here, right?
Your pronunciation has somewhat to be desired.
Good enough.
It is the hidden fulcrum.
As long as they're hidden the fuck out of here, let's go.
Sure.
Okay, that was just a punt from Camoon. So I can describe it for you, and we can go there if you want. I don't have much in the way of maps or anything, but yeah, totally fine. At that point, Camoon bids you all to join him in the vessel.
Gonna be squashed in there.
A temporary inconvenience.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. You are all sucked into the vessel. And as you all sit around this plush boudoir,
Silver and teals now, just FYI.
yeah, silvers and teals. He kind of like looks around and he kind of does like a head count. I would like anyone proficient in insight to make an insight check. Okay. Sheesh.
Ignore that. That should have been Tisha.
That was Tisha. Just say it in the little box there.
Can you?
Oh my god. Sorry, I need to turn you down, Kirsty. That was like deafening. Oh, no, I can't hear you at all.
Gone.
Can you hear us?
Yeah, no. It was like you went really loud for a second, then it cut out for me. Oh. You just, oh. I can now hear myself. No, now I can't hear anything. Have you?
Quick break to reset.
Yeah, let's have a quick
Yeah.
break.
Oh wait. Now?
Oh, there you are.
Hear
Yes.
me now?
You're
Yep.
fine now.
Okay.
What happened?
Fine. I don't know.
All right.
What did you say? You said something before we cut out.
I was gonna say it. Just a technical thing. Do we know whether the rolls and stuff work?
It looks like on the
D&D.
spells that D&D, the button has come back.
Yeah, I think it was
yeah.
updated.
Okay.
When I
There was an
logged in
update,
earlier.
5 days ago.
Mhm.
Specific timer.
Oh, I checked the release.
You were on it.
Sorry about that.
Okay, it's fine. So the insight check, Mia and Tilly, with those scores, you would see a hint of nervousness from Camoon.
I'm going to
Before he...
sidle up to him.
Oh yeah, okay.
Everything fine?
Yes, of course. I almost expected you to decline my offer, but why would you? The Great Camoon is full of great ideas.
We can do something else.
No,
If
of
this
course.
doesn't make you comfortable.
Please, we will continue. The Great Khan's hospitality is second to none, and the hidden fulcrum is an impenetrable fortress. We will be quite safe there. And he kind of like talks himself around. And he said, I will take you, but I must disembark the vessel in order to do so. So he goes out, and you can see like through the kind of like opaque windows of the vessel, you can see like the shadowy form of Kamoon with these like emerald green eyes take up the vessel in its hand. And you can then see swirling magical lights around him. It kind of, I would say, it almost looks like the Aurora Borealis through a stained glass window. And there is a strange shift. And outside of the vessel goes somewhat darker. You can hear like murmurings, very deep, guttural conversations in mere what you would recognize as the kind of earthen version of Primordial, which is Terran.
Okay.
You probably, I don't know, you don't speak it, but you understand the kind of structure of what people are saying, and kind of pick up a few, words here and there. And it goes ominously quiet for a few minutes. And a seed of doubt begins to spread amongst Tilly and Mir especially.
Mir, did it seem to you like
Yeah,
he,
it did.
he almost like didn't I wonder if he like has not been home for a long time, you know? It's one of those maybe.
Mm,
Or not left it on the best of terms. Well,
yeah. How do we get out?
Giselle, can we just like think real hard and it's gonna fart us out?
Um,
How does that work?
he usually goes like this, and then we come back out. We can think really hard now, though. Let's think. You
I don't
thinking?
wanna be out.
Okay.
Yeah, I really want to be out. It's kind of claustrophobic here, to be honest.
Giselle, are you thinking that you would like everyone to be out?
Yes.
Then it's your vessel.
Now I wonder if we should have waited.
Teddy, you said fingering it out.
No, it's gonna be fine. It's gonna be
Okay.
good.
You appear in a throne room made of marble, obsidian, granite, silver, bronze. It's like a whole, like, beautifully, like, mosaiced cave with these huge pillars of stone. I'm talking 40 to 50 feet high. The impossibly large proportions of this palace really do make you feel small. I mean, smaller than usual, Tilly. You can see that you're almost like the room is almost circular from top to bottom, and you are suspended on like a flat surface in the middle of a sphere, connected to the top and bottom by these pillars. And there doesn't seem to be any discernible way in or out. It's like you've found yourself at the center of an atom that is got impossibly huge forces pressing down on it, and all of these crushed stones make beautiful patterns in the floor and ceiling. Before you, you see Kamoon kneeling in the best way that a Dao can, 2 fists down in the stone, not making eye contact to the occupant of this huge stone throne. Either side of the stone throne, you see on one side stone golems. When you think of a golem, you might think of a very like rough-hewn amalgamation of stone that is given kind of like a basic form of life. These stone golems are concentric stone circles that kind of metallically move, like with the forces of magnetism, with kind of glowing disembodied emerald eyes above, like the power of magnetism and gravity holding them together. On the other side, you see golems made of iron. Iron which seems to heat up where the joints are. So molten metal kind of coalescing into cold iron at the extremes, kind of held up in a kind of either triumphant or threatening way. This flank of guards on either side, even with their massive size, are dwarfed by the sight of the Great Khan. The Great Khan is almost like a mountain of jewels manifest into a being. One where blotches of skin that are actually just gems fused into each other are adorned with precious metals, straps and grafts. This looks like a living treasure hoard. And they are spilling over the edges of the throne. And 2 ruby eyes glow so resplendently that they almost cast down a spotlight, this red spotlight that you are all cast into. Whether it's compelling Kamoon to kneel or not is not clear. But as you're transported into the middle of it, what do you do?
I think if Giselle sees Kamoon like bowing, she'd probably go and stand next to him.
Also bowing or just stood next to him?
Yeah, I think she would just follow suit in some idealistic kind of way.
And the rest of you?
Red will kneel and bow her head as well, like a bit awkwardly. Try to avert, like as if it seems like it's rude to look at, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'll follow.
You will kneel before the Great Khan. Kamoon, you bring these interlopers into my hidden fulcrum unannounced. Not choosing not to make eye contact with the Great Khan. Kamoon. Your Excellency, it is a matter of interplanar importance. My patron and her colleagues bring news of a terrible fate that could befall the material plane and plunge us once again into war. War? The riches of the plane of Earth can weather any war. Our unlimited funds and unbreakable metals breed war machines the likes of the other inner planes have never seen. We fear not war, especially not one brought about by mortals. Address me, and be made humble.
What was that to?
That was all of you.
Well,
Well,
Moon, can I look him in the eye, or is it just don't look at them?
Kamoon, does his best to shake his head while trembling.
Well, just what she's going to ask. So, the war is coming, but I don't actually know if it affects you. We just need a bit of respite. And Kamoon here, very friendly, very lovely, said that we'd be safe just for a little bit of time. You beautiful gemmed one, you.
Just make a persuasion check there. Is this as Giselle? Or Tish?
Yeah, that was just at the back, trying not to.
I appreciate you playing two characters right now, Lucy.
That's all right.
Fun.
18.
The hospitality of the great Khan is not offered lightly, and Kamoon will pay a price. However, we are Tao. We are bound to grant the wishes of mortals. Kamoon's actions on the material plane and beyond have brought about an era of peace, peace which he is commended for. And he brought my trust, no matter how, what's the word? No matter how readily he would spend it on you mortals. It just so happens that this peace Kamoon helped broker was coming to bear this very day, as our mortal enemy has chosen to parley.
Mm.
Your appearance here is timely. You will be received.
Yay.
And the red glow from his eyes kind of subsides a little bit. And the guards turn to face the Great Khan. You're given a moment to discuss things between you.
Who's their mortal enemy? Was it not
Not-
Ifriti?
No, I think it's. I pronounced it wrong last time, didn't I? Marids?
Oh. Huh. Okay, so in my head, it's either your mom's here or Vida is here.
Oh.
He doesn't.
I think that Fen went home and maybe Errol is here.
Oh,
After
interesting.
Fen reported back what happened, but we should find out.
Oh yeah. I mean, we're starting to gather the armies, and I mean, if we could have some from Plane of Water, that would be awesome.
The further down behind you, you can see this like the shifting, like metal and rock, not obviously leading to a doorway, but a shift begins to happen. All of your hair kind of like stands on end, and you feel like if you're wearing any metal armor, you kind of feel it pull for a second, as if the polarity of this place is shifting. In the rock behind you, at the far end of this magnificent throne room, a square begins to open as if two tiles of rock are sliding across each other until a hexagonal doorway opens at the very beyond. At that point, you see other Dao who look all to be dressed in a similar kind of bejeweled uniform. They all play like a sequence of like dirging, like almost like tubas and trombones, all made of like sculpted brass and adorned with jewels. This almost like foreboding announcement. One of the Dao rises up, who looks slightly better dressed than the rest of the kind of announcers, and says, "Introducing the Grand Sultan of the Ifrit, Vida Viserion." And Lucas, you can have a point of inspiration. At that point, the familiar figure of this half Earth Genasi monk strides confidently through.
Fire. Right.
Pardon?
Half fire genasi?
Yeah, sorry, Fire Genasi. Apologies. I can't remember. Anyway, yeah, half Fire Genasi. She strolls confidently through. She is not flanked by any Ifrit, but there is a humanoid next to them who seems to be pure fire walking with yellow eyes. And they you can have a point of inspiration there, Lucy. Why not?
Thanks.
Both of them come forward and get about 20 feet away from you before Vida and her father both kneel. And you can see it doesn't like melt the floor, but it certainly kind of like heats it up to the point where it begins to kind of glow. And now, as the leader of the plane of Earth casts their gaze down onto the plane of fire, you are reunited with Vida. They are welcomed by the Great Khan. Grand Sultan of the Ifrit, welcome to the City of Jewels. Here it has been a millennia since an Ifrit last set foot in this hall. And no matter how the Tao Carnate shifts from one to another, it will be long-standing that your presence here sends a message that you are free to relay personally. With that, Vida stands without looking him directly in the eye, kind of says this down to herself. Great Khan, I'm honored to receive your welcome. We've made much progress in the city of Brass this past year. And given that we freed our Tao companions from their chains of servitude, I felt honor bound to update you as to the economic advances and opportunities for more fortuitous and respectful partnerships going forward. I must apologize, Grand Sultan. One of my Tao has brought unexpected guests. Quite unexpected it may be, Grand Sultan, Great Khan. But these are guests of mine. She kind of like looks towards you and smiles. And you have my gratitude for receiving them in advance. We will talk business momentarily. However, if you don't mind, I wish to be reacquainted with these guests. Very well. We will begin our meeting forthwith. And the guards turn again. And Vida kind of turns to you all. What the hell are you all doing here?
Hey, nice to see you. Noxus. Hey.
Noxus just flickers in recognition.
I think what will happen is 12 will manifest in his fiery otter form and start kind of just flying around Noxus, being drawn to the, I don't know, almost like a hero of the fire spirit or something. I don't know. So they're having a moment.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, how you been? It's been a while.
It has. I'm pleased to see you all. Taking the throne from the Grand Sultan hasn't been easy. I'm no politician. But I thought extending the olive branch to our mortal enemies will go some way to consolidating my strength and the strength of the city of Brass. It hasn't been the most popular move amongst some of the other Ifrit. Economically, things have been difficult without slaves to do the work. But I'm hoping that some investment from the City of Jewels will smooth over some of the gaps. That obviously won't stop some of the other more powerful and well-moneyed Ifrits making plans against me, but turns out that having living fire on your side can go some way to preventing any overzealous advances. And yeah, like you just see like Noxus's eyes grow yellow.
I bet. So you don't have full control over the city of Brass, but you have good enough control that you stayed.
The city of
atop.
Brass is not the military force it once was. Not only have I freed the Dow slaves, but I've also ceased, not ceased, but heavily taxed the trading of souls, which has really put pressure on us from Avernus. I've had to fight off a few devil incursions. It's nothing we
Cool.
haven't been able to handle thus far, but I certainly wouldn't want to be facing down any archdevils anytime soon. And there's been rumours that we might be expecting a visit.
Anyone in particular?
Oh, I can't remember the one. You know, the one concerned with money.
Yeah, I'm aware.
You're okay, Tilly?
Yeah. No, all good. How long is it? It's been like 4 days now. I think. I think I've got 5 more days on my subscription. Just need to keep that in check.
Are you okay?
Yeah, crazy stuff's been happening. I'm really glad to see you here, though, because I mean, to be quite honest, you're on my list for people we'll need to contact when we go and try to, ask everybody who we know that could help, to help us stop an immortal snake god coming back and killing everything. And yeah, so there's that. How many troops do you think you could lend us?
Well, that depends how much money we could get the Great Khan to invest. Do you think you might be able to assist? Most of the power I've managed to broker has been through demonstrations of power, and I'll go as far as to say intimidation. Politics and trade have never been my strong point.
Come on, come here.
He floats over.
What do you know of the current mindset of Great Khan in terms of this deal? You think he's gonna go for it?
Perhaps we could discuss this in the vessel.
Sounds like a great idea. That's not gonna be rude, right?
Kind of turns back. We may have a brief opportunity.
Okay. Yeah.
Before you know it, you're all in the vessel.
Going back in.
The Great Khan is a massively loathsome, greedy, and paranoid Dao who, as far as I'm aware, has never left the Hidden Fulcrum.
I understand why we're inside here now.
Yeah.
Giselle, you can help sweet talk him, I'm sure. I think this is a really great opportunity that just fell on our lap here, you know?
Do you become Mr. Miss operational politics? You've got a list of people?
You know this book. It just kind of helps me think in a way that I never kind of thought before, but
operational.
Look, at the end of it, I've got a piece of paper here, and she shows you.
You do have a list.
It's got a list of all the armies that we're going to contact. Right? There's Last Hollow, there's Najarim, there are the gnomes, the gnomes with the submarine gnomes. There is City of Brass. There is the Tao. There is Mammon. I'm going to ask my archdevil for help.
Oh God. I need
there's
some
like a
funds
full,
for that.
there's like a full list, and there's Silvercrest, and
Why don't we just
Crystal
throw on
Spear.
like the creator on this list? Like just throw everybody ever.
Well, I mean, it's nice to have a big list, right?
Yeah.
I don't think we're gonna get everybody, but I mean, it's nice to have some options. But I wasn't expecting we'd be at this point right now. But why not? Why not start talking to them? Why not? You have an in. Kamun has an in. We could convince this big guy to a deal, and then Vida, if she gets enough from this, she could help with from her side. That could, massively improve our chances in what we need to do.
What
No?
is going to sound attractive to this bejeweled one?
Vida, what is the nature of the deal that you're trying to make?
I'm trying to plug the economic gaps in the City of Brass by getting him to part with as much money as possible so that I might invest in security reinforcements to keep the more ambitious Afriti down and to make up for the lost trade because of the Tao ending of the Tao slavery and the taxation of souls.
Okay, that's great.
That sounds like a good. But what is he going to get from this?
Well, I've ended Tao slavery, which was something that really did irk the previous Great Khan. And I would promise a military alliance. I don't know. What else could we offer?
Come on. Any ideas?
Red, did you have an idea then?
I was just wondering, so the all-encompassing world-ending eater of all that is factors into your plans, Vida, at all, or have you not heard about the latest, or?
Read all about it.
Generally, what happens on the material plane doesn't always filter through to the inner elemental planes. However, if some kind of apocalyptic event might destroy the material plane, then the balance of the elemental planes could be thrown out, or even worse, we could be invaded from all sides. Perhaps we should appeal to the Tao's sense of camaraderie or mutual benefit, maybe overstating or just stating the nature of this threat would be convincing. Kamin says, or I could pledge myself to the service of the Great Khan. And he kind of looks, and you can see how pained he is to make that suggestion as he looks to Giselle.
No. We've done that. We've been there. We're not doing that again. But great idea, Kamoon. Great idea. But no. I think this whole, material plane doom stuff, throwing thing out of balance would be enough for anybody to worry about, regardless of if they're on the material plane or not. I think that's a good hook.
Do Tao live a long time? Is that correct? Come on, like thousands of years or longer?
We do not have a lifespan as you mortals would understand it. Even the position of the Great Khan is passed between us while we yet live. Tao's occupy a brotherhood, where we all share in power and riches. And as far as I am aware, even thou who are slain in battle are never truly dead.
Cool. I'm just wondering whether there might be stories from when Dender was still, was out before he got locked away.
When he was a baby snake?
When he was a baby snake, it might. I mean, if stories about him survive, because obviously there must have been always some contact with the material plane, then maybe invoking his name will elicit some reaction. But yeah, we don't know what Dender's gonna do after eating the sun and destroying the material plane or whatever. He might go. He might just. We wouldn't really be lying as much as giving possibilities, right?
But also, which by the way, I hate entertaining the idea of the material plane just entirely being destroyed. But yeah, theoretically that happens.
Shit. Yeah.
And I kind of open this up to like Vida and company. The elemental planes are passing in between the material and the outer planes. Is that right?
Vida says, yeah, you could think of the material plane as the overlapping point in a Venn diagram between all 4 elemental planes.
Mm-hmm.
What happens in the middle could easily spread to the inner planes. It is not impossible that something could spread from inner to outer, but then you enter realms of the gods.
Well, I was kind of thinking, what about the other way around? If there's a kind of void in the material plane and this great all-powerful being is, in control or has opened up all this chaos, then would there not be a threat of like all devil kind from the abyss from one side? Even all different outer planes might have to make a hell of a mess going all the way through the elemental planes to get there and join in the chaos, right?
True. Out above the table, you have seen one such dangerous being travel from the abyss through the plane of water and onto the material plane.
Yeah. Very good point.
Good friend Panaku.
Oh, you said it.
Well,
He's alive now.
Okay. I mean, let's see. Let's see what we can say. I mean, I'll back you up, Giselle. I'll see if I can make some points. But yeah, you should lead the negotiation, or at least support
Don't put
Vida
this
in it.
responsibility on me, Tilly.
Giselle, this is your moment. You can do this. You can absolutely do this. I'm gonna put my hand on you, and I'm gonna cast enhanced ability.
Look, think of it like this. You don't have to know the ins and outs of all the political landscapes of all the different planes. I just keep realizing as we come against, like, discussing this thing with people, like, people don't know this cult, this knowledge, this prophecy has been hidden so unbelievably well for hundreds, thousands of years. I look around at, like Great Khan over there and like Vida and everyone, like even powerful denizens, leaders of planes of existence, they don't even seem to be aware that this is going on. Maybe we don't need to bargain and parlay about which political affiliation and which military force are going to do this and that. I think we just kind of need to get the word out to the right people, I mean, and I look over to Vida and Noxus, like, they seem pretty capable of organizing their own militaries, but they just don't know what they're really up against.
Vida kind of nods and says, a call to war is of far more importance than a trade deal. With the Dow's investment, we could support you. We just need to convince the Dow that it's a fight that you can win, or certainly one that we would all be terrified of losing. I will give you the floor, and if you can help me convince the Great Khan to part with his gems in return for protection, and helping us provide a spearhead, then we just might be able to assist each other. Kamoon says, so we're ready?
I think so. Giselle, I'm sure you can do this.
Okay.
Yep.
Kamoon claps his hands, and you all appear under the ruby gaze of the Great Khan.
Keep it simple.
Vida says, again without making eye contact, Great Khan, my guests bring news of a terrible threat.
Terrible.
One which could spread from the material plane into our elemental planes and leave us exposed to the outer planes throughout. We have here a denizen of the plane of water whose lands were invaded by a monstrous creature from the abyss not 2 years ago. I'll give them the floor to help them explain why your investment in the plane of fire might help me bring about an army the likes of which had never been seen in any plane.
Oh, Great Khan, you mountainous jewel of beauty, you. I would like to tell you a story.
I let down.
I don't
No, even more.
Can't give eye
Yes.
contact. Can't give eye contact.
Overdo
As you
it.
see, yeah, okay. Thanks, guys. As you see, there is a team of us, and at the very back of the team is a couple of very important people. I mentioned a second ago that, the end of the world is coming for the material plane. Didn't know how much it would affect you, but talking to comrades here, this is going to affect you bad. So basically, there's a big giant snake called Dendar, and been here around 100,000 years, and there's been like a secret society of like royal elves that have been like following this return of Dendar. You might have heard of this. I don't know. Maybe this is a great storytelling. But either way, you'll get the idea. And then basically, they're bringing Dendar back, and that will destroy, I tell you, the material plane. And that lady at the back there looks a bit traumatized. She has been part of the whole awareness of the system and the family. And if you could just look into that face, you will see how traumatized and how horrible it's been for her. And basically, we need to fight against this. And you need to help Vida here invest. And so we can fight against this end of the material plane. And it will affect you in many different ways.
Such
the
as
passageway, devils through different planes. Lots of badness will come, and it will mix everything up. And it's over to you. Really, we're hoping for your help with all of this.
And Dendar hates the jewels.
The jewels.
Dendar hates the jewels. He hates them.
Oh yes, that too. Thanks, Tilly. I'm sweating, and we need your help.
Your request echoes through this metallic stone throne room, and one of the stone golems breaks this stunned silence and just turns towards the Great Khan slowly. Giselle, I would like you to make a persuasion check.
Okay.
Can I cast
You got
guidance as
advantage.
well as?
Sure can, you were definitely guiding.
Persuasion. Here we go.
You got advantage. Yeah, 25. Nice. And
Plus
D4?
guidance.
D4. 26.
26.
The Great Khan is safe from all extraplanar threats. Here in the hidden fulcrum, we live out the very definition of impenetrable. However, Vida, you have come some way towards extending a protective barrier of peace around the inner planes. The Great Khan will sponsor your defense of the material plane. If you can bring about the cooperation of the other leaders, those from the plane of air and the plane of water, then I will invest furthermore. For only together are the four elements strong. I will send an envoy to the plane of air. His name is Kamoon. You, Kamoon's patron, will assist him. And together, we will defang this snake and send him back from the dark cave from whence he came.
Yes, sir.
I like it. Defang. It's good.
Defang. I'm going to use that again.
Yeah.
When I see you guys again, because I'm
man.
off to the plane of air on an adventure. Right, Kamoon? We're good with that, yeah?
Do we know anybody from
Kamoon says, "Ha! The Jinn will not provide us with much military might, but if it is their cooperation that the Great Khan demands, then Lady Giselle here will buy it for him." With her words and impressive enunciations.
Yeah. Team Air.
Vida says, Your Excellency, I believe you've made the right decision. And if I can bring back the riches of the City of Jewels and spread them between the the four elemental planes, then that investment will bear fruit not only in the safety of the material plane, but in the protection of us all for generations to come. You may arrange payment with my seneschals. And if this concludes the meeting, I have a basilisk race to bet on.
That sounds fun.
And with that, the golems on either side step forward and like clank down their respective long arms. And the door opens again, resulting in this like hexagonal passageway into this eternal labyrinth. Where Vida says, "What luck that we would all conspire in this place here, so far away from everything." It's good to see you all again.
It's great to see you.
You'd be welcome to join me at the City of Brass, but it sounds like you've got more important errands to run.
Yeah, we've got a list. Yeah.
Literally.
Don't really know what exactly we're going for, even if we all march on Elliot, Saruk, or whoever.
Arantlo.
Well,
we need to go.
should
We need to go find out how to stop this thing. So,
Yes.
Vida,
Yes.
hold tight, and I hope that
Get-
gathering these
get your
armies
armies.
works. Just be
Yep.
ready. None of us really know what comes next.
I will conjure the brass armies, and with the Khan's riches, I will furnish them with unbreakable weapons. And we'll be
Nice.
ready when you need us. The City of Brass will answer your call, just as you answered mine. And with that, Noxus about faces and heads towards this labyrinth. Is there anything else that you'd like to say to Vida before you depart? Before she departs?
No?
No. Then she bows about faces, and another Dow comes to meet her, and they've got like a huge logbook. And she's about to take out the biggest loan that's ever been taken out.
Nice.
Thanks to Giselle's help.
Very well done.
And everybody else's, Giselle says.
Are we gonna get some like place to sleep here for like a guest quarters or something? Come on.
Well, when do we need to go? Is that urgent or?
I think we said we need to rest, right? Because, well,
No, I mean Commune and me. Not. I'm gonna.
Oh.
We're going on an adventure, did he?
I'm not sure.
Do we need to rest?
Well, Tisha's like, is she like on 1 hit point all this time since the resurrection? Is that how it works?
I can't remember if somebody reads the spell.
And like for 4 levels of exhaustion or something.
Really?
I think it might be like a penalty.
Strength is reduced, perhaps.
All of its hit points come back. It's true resurrection.
It was the true resurrection.
Because of that fuck off diamond.
Fuck off diamond.
My internet's been really horrible all throughout this.
Wonderful.
But I heard... Huh?
Wonderful.
Did anyone say anything about the plane of water or no?
Yes.
Yeah, so the Great Khan wants all the elemental planes to commit to this fight. Yeah, that's what he said.
Okay.
That's why Giselle and Kamuna go into the air, and
Yeah.
I guess we'll have to either visit or message or somehow.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we've
That's
got
fine.
fire and earth sorted. Giselle's gonna. Well, kind of. We
In
don't
the
really
bag.
need in the bag. We don't really need to do anything there specifically. And then, Giselle's gonna go there. So I guess we'll need to figure out how we're gonna get the plane of water involved. And then, when all of them are combined, we only need heart, and then we're golden.
Boo.
Come on, Captain Planet.
What was that?
Captain
get it
Planet
either.
reference. 90s cartoon.
Nobody remembers Captain Planet? No,
We
I
only
do.
need heart.
Too young, sorry.
I'm so old.
I dressed as Captain Planet one Halloween. It was awesome.
Did you have a buzz cut?
I had a green wig and blue skin and some very tight-fitting Chinese
Okay.
spandex.
Okay, I want you to find pictures of that and share them.
You really don't.
Because it sounds awesome.
Anyway, Kamoon, you can see he'd be quite nervous about also asking the Great Khan to put everybody up for the night. Certainly, there doesn't seem to be anywhere to stay here. You could traverse the labyrinth and try and find a way, but that might not be the best idea.
I mean, I might be confused. I mean, it's great how it all turned out, really. But I thought the reason why he was inviting us here so we could have some rest time. But I guess he misjudged the situation.
You walked into an appointment. Yeah, he didn't know.
He was trying to be helpful, I guess.
He was trying to flex a little bit, and then he realised how awkward it was going to get.
I shouldn't have probably offered, but
Offered that, yeah.
okay.
I'll
so
ask
I guess...
Kamoon, how easy to come by are rare chalks and inks infused with precious gems worth 50 gold pieces around here?
Just grow on trees.
Can we maybe grab a few things? I know you helped out Freddy recently with some gems and stuff.
You would merely need. What does he say? You would merely need a guide through the sevenfold mazework where chalk and stone and precious jewels literally make up the landscape. I can assist with that before I depart, if you are willing to accompany me.
Don't know if you could just nip in and just grab a couple things. Well,
What are you thinking, Red?
just spell components.
We can obfuscate that a little bit, and you can make an investigation check, Red, if you wish.
Wander into the impossibly complex labyrinth of...
I will give you advantage because you'll have Kamoon's help.
Okay.
If you roll 2 1s, you're forever lost.
Yeah.
Okay, investigation. Oh, it's doing like a different menu when I roll now because we reset that thing. There we go. 21.
21. So the 50 gold pieces, rare chalks infused with gems. Was there any other...
I'll reel off a couple of immediate things that are relevant for like gems and stuff like that. There's the forbidden spell that we used that one time, and that requires powdered ruby worth at least 1,000 gold pieces. I imagine would be abundant,
This
but
comes
obviously I
out
don't
of
want
a
to assume,
sneeze.
like,
One
yeah.
of them walks by. Achoo!
Just wait for a golem to like scratch his cheek and then, yes. Yeah, just that, and then the infused inks with precious gems is for teleportation circle, so it's pretty cheap, but you
Okay.
need precious gems.
Yeah, if you deduct the price of all those material components, they are reasonable enough to find and trade here.
Oh, okay, yeah, cool.
Yeah.
So maybe that forbidden spell might actually really come in handy.
Yeah, it
Mm.
could.
Do you guys need any, like, do we see if we can get diamonds and stuff like that for like healings and stuff like that? Or
Yeah.
Gamoon can help you with that. How much money's worth of diamonds are we thinking?
Don't know. I could probably fling 3 or 4 grand at it.
Woof! Is it 3 or is it 4?
Anyone got any to contribute?
well, I'm spending
Uh,
a bit over 2k on these because it's 1,000 for each of those forbidden spells. So.
I currently have in my possession 1 diamond worth 300 and 1 diamond worth 500, plus 200 worth of gold diamond dust. So I'm good on that front whenever I need to, be a supportive
You need some money.
resurrectionist. But as far as money's concerned, Tilly's like, she needs to keep it.
Oh, yeah.
She's got a subscription services.
Giselle's got money to give away before she goes. What do you need? What do you need? Can't
Can't hear you,
Can't
Kirsty.
hear you.
I think it might
Now?
be.
Yeah, I
Yes.
can hear you now.
It was this little switch.
Oh.
Ugh.
I'll just
Go on.
stop talking.
Oh, no, never. What do you need money wise?
Nothing. It's fine. I'll just spend the 3,000 on some diamonds.
3,000 gold pieces worth of diamonds?
Yeah.
Okay, make an investigation check at advantage.
Oh.
I'll allow you to guide yourself if you want.
Okay.
Hey. Yeah, it was a DC 20 to get 3,000 golds worth of diamonds, so you just made that. But yeah, deduct that, and you can find a Dow who's got a sack full of diamonds on his way home from work.
Cool.
Okay. Are we all good for precious stones? Giselle, were you donating any money to the party? Is that what you wanted to try and do?
Yeah, I think like I could give him maybe it's Tilly that needs it. I don't know. Like 10 grand.
10 grand?
Holy shit! How much money have you got?
Let's not talk about it.
What?
Giselle stole a lot of money at the beginning. Okay.
10 grand will get me like 3 months
Okay. Well,
of the subscription service.
How much money does Tisha have? The answer is 0.
okay.
So bear that in mind.
Oh, okay.
Well, what you think? Give to Tisha.
Well, I'm just
Yes,
thinking
Tisha, you
from
look really
Lucy's
poor.
perspective, like Lucy's going to give all of one character's money away to everybody else and then go begging for it with her other character.
Yeah. Well, no, there's still quite a bit still with Giselle because she's not used to
She's
money.
lo-
She likes to
she's-
hoard, you know.
She's loaded.
Just loving her. But I'll give 10 away to Tilly,
That's sick.
and then maybe Tilly can do what she wants with it for Tisha. Maybe Freddie's got riches. Freddie got anything left? No.
No, Freddie has invested it all in Silvercrest and codexes and spell components and poisons and
Yeah, I got Tisha. I don't need, this is not something I'm going to spend in the run up to the end of the campaign.
As
It's
you've
more
got lists,
it's more of a narrative thing, but yeah, for
you
Tisha I
become
will.
responsible, Tilly, with your lists and your
Yeah.
operational mindset. You can now be treasurer.
Treasure.
Yeah. All right. Well,
Damn. Yeah, my mom's gonna like that. Hey, Devil Daddy, I just became a treasurer for a party.
be quiet. In the down low. Tell no one. Okay.
He knows already.
Oh, he can hear you. Beware.
yeah.
Right. To the airplane. Haha, airplane. Is that where it came from? I don't know.
Yeah, I will
That's what
tell
it's
you.
called. It's called an airplane.
Yeah, you're gonna go to the airplane. Bear with me.
On Friday
At 12 o'clock.
at 12 o'clock.
Kamoon says, "It has been a pleasure assisting the Starseekers and contributing to their legend. Giselle and I will now depart on our diplomatic mission to the Prismatic Fortress."
Hi, guys.
Don't be a stranger.
Hey, Tilly, take this diary of communication.
Ooh,
It's not
That's
very
cool.
quick, but
not
Kamoon,
very
we
quick,
can write to Tilly, can't we, through this?
Of course.
Excellent.
I
Well,
will keep looking at it, and then make sure you're back before the big snakey comes up. You're gonna need you.
update. Yes.
Yeah.
Brill.
Good luck.
Stay
Bye.
safe.
Thanks, Mia. Bye, Red. Good luck with everything.
It's been real. Don't die. Please don't die out there.
Not gonna die with this Kamoon by my side. No, not me.
Well,
Any-
maybe rely on your own, but
Okay.
He disappears them both to the Prismatic Fortress in the plane of air.
Cool.
Yeah, and you stand in the fulcrum in the plane of Earth with a destination to decide on.
Oh shit! Do we have a way back? because I didn't prepare plane shift.
I can teleport us. Just got some components actually.
Plane
For
shift.
plane shift,
Teleportation circle.
but that doesn't work across planes.
Oh, doesn't it?
I don't know.
Oh, I can plane
don't know.
shift
It
as well.
sounds-
Yeah, I don't think it does. Who's going to plane shift you then? Mia's going to plane shift.
Is there a limit to how
plane
many
are you
people
going
it takes? Oh, 8.
Is
Should we
Naeen
go
with
to
us? Sorry. Where's Naeen?
Oh, she's
Yeah,
with
right.
you, sure.
Naeen,
Freddie, Naeen,
Tish.
Freddie, Naeen, Tisha, Mia, Red, Tilly. Is that it?
Is it right?
Joxy.
Toxic.
Oh, yeah,
shit!
She's
Oh
here
my
too.
god, she was so quiet.
Too many NPCs.
We need to get her back. Poor Joxy. So is that enough? Is that the
That's
spell is a
7.
Yeah, and we can go to teleportation circle that we know the sequence of, so we can go to a specific place.
okay, cool. So I guess the question is, where are we going next? Are we? Should we? Well, we need a moment to. We need a moment to discuss where. We need a moment to discuss what we're gonna do next, right?
Yeah, that's why we're going somewhere to hash that out.
To discuss.
Yeah.
Because I thought this is where we're going to come here, but
I
come
think
on,
it's
did me
like, you know,
dirty.
like we kind of feel like we're hanging on too long and the iron golems are there, like trying to look professional, and it's just like
Awkward.
Yeah,
We're just like in this corridor.
extremely
like-
overbearing. I feel wildly underdressed. Like,
I say we go back to Mir's temple in Silvercrest. We have some shuffins. You have good breakfast, and we just talk, and then we go somewhere else from there. And I guess Juxie wanted to be back there, maybe? No? Or you want to be somewhere else?
Well, I live in Crystal Spear, but
Well, that makes sense.
I'm happy to go where you guys think is safest.
Why did I think you were? I don't know.
I'm originally from Maloon, but when I joined the chained library, I moved to Crystal Spear.
Gotcha.
What about
we know-
going straight to the water plane?
I mean,
Okay.
that does a pretty good job of keeping Tisha out of the public eye. I mean, I guess. Where do we end up if you teleport us to the water plane?
I can think of where I want to go. Say, Aryl's house in Sargrangula. And that would work, I think.
Okay. That sounds
Seems
awesome.
safe. I'm sure that he would put us up.
So, I mean, yeah, you need to have a talk with them about that, and we might as well just knock it off the list. How is everybody gonna like breathe over there?
Oh, they have the tech for that. A bunch of
Okay.
us went once.
Oh, okay, that's good.
It was fine.
So will I be able to breathe there? Don't worry about it. It's fine. Okay.
It was fine because Galen had a spell, but yeah.
Oh, is that why it was fine?
But they did have some. I'm sure there was some situation they had. Didn't they give us something?
They
They
had
gave us an
parts
item,
of it
didn't they?
that were They had parts where
There
it
are
was-
air pockets
air pockets.
inside the Palace of Eternal
Yeah.
Warmth.
We teleport straight there. Hopefully.
Yeah, Mir would know that place very well indeed.
Okay, I've got a in case something bad happens, I've got an emergency spell. I can just turn us all into fish.
Okay.
Is this? Do we have to roll like a D100 to make sure it works? Is this one of those kind of situations?
I
I don't recall.
don't think so. It doesn't say anything. I can put it up. Oh, do we have? Oh no, maybe I can't put it up.
Plane shift. You want to cast?
Yeah. Do you have the button to paste it to
Yeah, actually.
thingy?
There you
Oh,
go.
I can't do it. Do we have?
You appear in or near the destination at the GM's discretion. If you know a teleportation circle, you can specifically go there. Doesn't really say anything about a roll, does it?
No,
No.
that's fine.
No, I think it just works. And Mir would have the attune thing because you used it before. Right?
The material component, yeah, I'm sure you'd be.
Yeah.
Yeah, did we use that with the cubic gate the first time? You might have done.
Probably
Maybe.
because plane shift 7th level, so it wouldn't have been that.
Yeah.
Oh
back
yeah.
then.
So just add into your components, please, Kirsty, into your inventory, just add the kind of metal rod attuned to Plenty of Water just for future reference, because we think you would have it. So
I think it makes sense if from that.
in that case, do you want to describe how she casts the spell?
Sorry.
Do you want to describe how Mir casts the spell?
Oh, Yeah. I think she uses the metal rod to draw a doorway that initially just looks like kind of electric pink outline. But after a prayer, you start to see shimmers of something, and then you eventually see the water plane, or what looks like could be a grand temple. No,
Palace.
what is it? Palace in the water plane.
Cool. Now
For
let me
us to
just.
step through.
I archived some of the Sargrangula maps, and with the new formatting, I'm just not sure how to bring them back. I've been trying and clicking. Can we duplicate and then take this away? I think we can. Yeah. It's weird. You have to get them out of the folders, which almost defeats the point of filing them away. But should be able to see that now. Yes, no?
It's taking me to another map, but it's just blacked out for me.
Oh, it'll be the lighting. Let's
It's loading.
dynamic lighting. Yes, let's turn that off.
Oh, there we go.
Woo!
I remember it.
I remember this.
Yeah.
Just about 4 years ago.
Long time ago.
When I was a shark. It was great.
So you step through Mia's kind of magical portal into the Palace of Eternal Warmth, where Merid and merfolk and other aquatic denizens are going about their business in the royal court. They don't pay much mind to Mia's arrival, and even the rest of the party. You just immediately get a kind of sense of relaxation that the Palace of Eternal Warmth is a much more laid back setting than anywhere on the plane of Earth, and definitely on the plane of fire. It would feel like home, Mia.
Yeah. Can't feel like I'm missing something, but I know where Errol will be, so we should go to him.
Okay. You make your way through the Palace of Eternal Warmth. Let me just get to where I need to get to. My notes. Hoi. Here we are. Okay. You feel the heat in the Palace of Eternal Warmth, which is brought about by this underwater volcano that the palace resides in, on the kind of on the ocean floor. What are you doing? What are you doing? Mia instinctively knows the way through to navigate the halls of the palace. Mia, are you just walking around normally? Are you rushing? Are you trying to stay hidden? How are you navigating the palace?
Pretty normally. So I'm not trying to hide, but I'm trying to kind of not draw attention to myself. So just walking as I would, but kind of prepared that someone might talk to me.
Yeah, roll me a d6. Why don't you? Can you tell me what the
5.
result is? 5. Okay. What are you doing? Okay.
Aww.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You come across a Marid who is dressed in coral with a trident. You would know this to be Tide, a warlock whose patron is someone you know, or someone you did know very well. Halt!
Tide.
Princess.
I'm looking for Arl.
Arl.
Hmm.
He's in his quarters, I believe. What bids you return to the palace?
Well, we just saw Fen on the material plane, so we thought we'd come back to check that he was okay and everything else was all right.
Do you want to make a deception check?
Yep. Can I guide myself?
Sure. Tell me what the result is.
I got 23 overall.
Ugh. The scamp has got more and more zealous. He has grand ambitions, that one. I assume you're going to check in with your mother.
Just Arl was the plan. What is, she's here? My mother.
Zima is in her rightful place atop the coral throne.
Zima. Yeah, probably we should see Zima. I mean,
Are you
mother.
okay?
I really need to see Arl. I was wondering, is there anything you can do to help my friends who can't really breathe everywhere here?
Why, of course. The Grand Tsar, Zima, allows me to. It works through me to grant those who cannot inhabit the plane of water naturally to receive her and behold her presence. Please, let me take you to her.
Oh, you think I have to see her first?
It is customary, and would be most unusual for you to return home and not at least address the Grand Tsar.
Yeah. You're right. Yes, she is my mother, after all. Is that Zima with a Z or an X? It's fine. It's
Some
okay.
strange malady befallen you, princess.
No. I'm just confused. That's all.
Then you should definitely attend court. I will escort you, and I will grant your friends the power to breathe in her presence.
Thank you, Tide.
he kind of floats just in front of you and kind of thrusts his trident in a forward direction to beckon you all to follow him. He would be just out of earshot, though.
He would what?
He'd be just out of earshot if you.
I don't remember my mother. That's something that happened to me a while ago. I haven't said anything, but it feels like the right time to tell you all right now is that I don't remember her at all. I didn't know her name. I didn't know she was here, but I'm going to pretend.
Okay. Wait, what?
What?
It was when we were at the school, I think, at that market, and I accidentally. I think that's when it happened. I traded something.
Tilly waves her two spectral fingers. That's when. Oh, I remember. That's so. Do you think it's something that can be restored? Have you tried? What you normally use on others with memory loss, like greater restoration?
No, because I've been too embarrassed to talk about it or
Hey,
admit it.
you don't have to be embarrassed. But you are. So your feelings are valid. But listen, I can help you. Maybe. Do you want me to try?
Can you do it just while we're walking right now?
I mean, it requires me sprinkling some diamond dust. It's not going to be super unobvious, but if we just nip into... Are there any alleys in this place? Because it's all like flowy and round and watery.
There are absolutely no alleys in the parts of the Eternal Vault.
Don't really go in for dark corners in the water plane.
Maybe...
You know what? Maybe
we could make it obvious. Is anybody going to ask questions if I cast a spell on you?
No.
Would you like me to try?
Okay.
All right, okay. Close your eyes. Try to think of a thing that you've lost. And I'm going to cast the Greater Restoration spell. On Zamir.
I need to just consult my notes. Can you remember, Kirsty, what you traded these memories for?
Yeah. I think so.
Mm-hmm.
I think I traded it for the next time I go unconscious. It's either that I go back to 1 hit point, or it was, do I get advantage on death saving throws, or I'm alive or something?
You've got both of those for different reasons.
I have 2.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Did you use that already?
No, I've not dropped down to 0 since this happened. Touch wood.
because I just thought for a second that Dan's gonna say like, yeah, it worked, and you drop down dead.
Okay. I think it's that you drop down to, next time you go down to 0, you go down to 1 instead, and it was the death god that gives you advantage on your next death save, I think.
Oh yeah. Let me find the
Cathandir
bit. Advantage on the next death save, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So this would come into effect first, I guess.
Yeah.
As long as I remember the name of Cathandir, which I still do.
Just trying to find any tokens. Bear with me.
I was like digging for information on Lone Spell when it happened.
I don't have all the tokens here. Why won't you let me copy these tokens? You roll 20s on one. Cool, yeah.
I was just gonna say, I think you. That's right. I think you were doing like a what happens at the end of your life kind of vision. And it was with that woman in the tent with the mirror. Can you remember that?
I am pretty sure it was Lone Spell related, though.
It was. It was like you knew you had to battle him or something.
Mm-hmm. This was before the Infinite Library. This is such a long time ago.
Mm.
Yeah, over a year.
Ooh.
Right, I can't find all your tokens just now, so we're going to go back to the Coral Throne Room with the tokens that were there last time.
Is skull in there?
Do I know?
So
It's all black.
you'll find out, I guess.
All black again.
All black. Okay, hold on.
Oh,
Oh my god, it is Galen! Ah! Kill him! Kill him quickly! Corona!
push him off.
Chuck
Oh
off
my god.
smoke! Oh my
All these
god.
bozos we've ditched.
Yep, they're all fucking gone.
Just me.
Just you.
This is a good throwback.
Sorry, John, you missed that. I'm having token trouble, so these are the tokens that were present the last time we were in the Coral Throne, which is Smoke, Jacob, Mir, Coronac, and Galen. Does this mean Lucy's never seen this map before?
Mm-hmm.
Well, there you go. The Coral Throne. And as Tide opens the door, you are each of you blessed when each of you who can't breathe water are blessed as you pass through a watery membrane into this this central coral chamber that is full of water and swirling aquatic wildlife. It's beautiful. It's like the most amazing fish tank you've ever been in. And indeed, across like an opalescent bridge made of coral and shimmering sea glass, you see the Coral Throne and its rightful inhabitant, Zima van Benthos Tahaninishad. Mia, you have to blink a few times, but when you lay your eyes on Zima, it's like you're remembering someone from a dream. She's familiar, but some of those details seem to have just been obscured. And the closer you get to her, the more she comes into focus. And you feel a sense of guilt, perhaps.
Burst into tears.
My child.
Mum.
Approach.
Go right up.
Kind of swim forth. As you approach, you carry a heavy burden.
Feel like I've not seen you in... I guess I've not seen you in years, but you were missing. Is everything... Are you okay?
The tides have been rough and unpredictable of late. but receiving you here, back home, gives me solace. There is a sadness behind your eyes, child, my oldest, but you're more than welcome here.
Really nice to see you. These are some friends, different friends. This is Freddie and Tisha and Joxie and Tilly and Red.
What happened to your little gnome friend and the furry one?
Oh, the furry one is at home seeing his family. Galen.
Part of a great litter, I suppose.
Yeah. Galen is he's not with us anymore.
Sadly, all mortals must come to an end.
On that note, actually, we have come to talk to you about something. Something serious going on the material plane. So,
As is your wont? As is your wont?
a great threat is coming. Something that could kill all of us, including me, and I'll die fighting against it if I have to. But
Child.
we will fight.
Child. Why do you get yourself caught up in these shallow conflicts in the material plane? Why not come home? You and I we have time to spend. And you know that there are no threats that Sargrangela cannot weather, no storm that we will not persist through. There is no need to cloud your mind with the fate of those material dwellers.
It's tempting, but I have to think of others. And that plane is not as well protected as here. And it needs the support of the elemental planes against this abomination that's coming.
Do you propose to bring together the four elements in union against a threat to the material plane? Sounds like folly, child.
It might do, but I fear that if you don't help, then it increases the likelihood that I'll never be able to come back here again. The Tao and the Ifrit have already made a deal. They're in. And they'd love to have you.
We have formed allegiances before. Now that you're all grown up, Mir, I don't mind telling you that many Efreet and Merid alike used to fight over my affections, try and steer my gaze towards them. And when you were younger, your dual heritage was merely a reminder of my youth, one which I enjoyed so much more than the responsibility of sitting here on this throne. And I looked upon you as you reached maturity with jealousy. But it seems you've made a lot more of your young adult life in the past few years than how I chose to spend mine. Arrel once fought an Efreet for my affection. And news of his death released me from that guilt I harbored, that pining for what might have been, that fondness for a youth that I was always tempted to rekindle. And now I look upon you with naught but respect. When your children come of age, it is rare that they make a name for themselves that even exceeds royal reputations. News of your exploits on the material plane have done Sargrangula proud, my girl. Tonight, I will host you and your friends, and we will get to know each other anew as women, as mother and daughter, not as queen and high priestess, not as grand czar and star seeker, but as Mir and Zima. And then we'll talk about these threats from beyond. They may approach and pay what tribute they're inclined to, if you'll invite them.
Yes, I'll scuttle back, or the scuttling equivalent of swimming back, and be like, "You can come with me. Tell her that she's very beautiful and powerful, and you're at her service, and she's going to put us up for the night."
Each of you, if you choose to, swim towards the coral throne and receive this beautiful Merid, whose opalescent, watery skin shimmers in this light which rebounds off all of these like bioluminescent plants.
Sure. I go. not really knowing what to say. I'll just present myself.
What manner of creature are you?
Oh God, it's a long story. No manner of creature as beautiful and gorgeous and resplendent as you. I can only hope that that beauty is second only to your good nature and hospitality, for which we are in dire need of.
Okay. I'm going to do a dice roll after everybody's kind of gone. Freddie kind of like goes alongside Tisha. As you swim in, Freddie goes, the whole addressing royalty is totally your thing.
I'm just not in the mood for this, Freddie. Tisha, she's like, does Freddie go with her?
Mm-hmm.
Because I feel like she's gonna like sort of be in his zone of wherever he moves. She'll go over and she'll curtsy, and she will say, "Hi, I'm Tisha. Sorry to sort of drop in on you like this. It's lovely to meet you, and it's great to meet Mia's mum. That's always nice when you've got family you can rely on. It's lovely to be here. I'm very, very in need of a rest, and this is beautiful, and the place is beautiful. It's stunning. I've been to worse places, and this is really nice. And thank you. And bows a little bit.
Freddie echoes your sentiment and bows. Granzar, we're blah, 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 blah. She kind of looks at both of you and then kind of leans into Mia, who is presumably like by the side of Zima at this point. They're a cute couple. Joxy, only because she occupies a similar stature to Tilly, kind of looks towards Tilly to kind of take the lead as Joxy goes up with her.
Yeah, I'll grab her hand and I will even though we have underwater breathing, Tilly feels awkward swimming. So she's going to cast the aquatic adaptation. She got really good with that, so she springs those skills and she gets those thingies, and as she swims, she just enjoys this a little bit and does a bit of flip in the water as she comes closer and just straightens and dear is Queen the right address?
Granzar, technically.
Granza. Seema, it is absolutely a privilege to meet you. Your kingdom is a beautiful place, teeming with life of various creatures, and I love it so much. Thank you for having us here. My name's Matilda, but you can call me Tilly.
Well met, Tilly. I'm gladdened to receive one who appreciates the natural beauty of the sea. And Joxy follows your lead, giving her own greeting. What I would like is a group persuasion check from you all. May I'll give you advantage.
Ooh, I'm
Gonna
gonna
go-
use my.
gonna get a
I'm gonna use
halfling?
my halfling. Yeah. Reroll that.
Okay.
There we
Better.
go. 24, 29, crit 23, 20. Sometimes the dice just want it to happen.
Mm-hmm.
Zima kind of receives you all warmly, and Mia, if you hadn't got the message that kind of this is a much more warm welcome than you've had in the past. And yeah,
like-
she.
Is there like an? Do I think anything's changed, or is it just absence has made the heart grow fonder?
You can make an insight if you want.
Is she just getting softer as she gets older? 22.
With a 22, there's definitely more to it, and you can't wait to ask her probably
Mhm.
at a less formal juncture.
Oh yeah.
So Zima says, I will grant you all free reign of the Palace of Eternal Warmth, and my husband and I will receive you in the courtroom momentarily. Please do not feel rushed to attend to us. Help yourselves to whatever refreshments and comforts that Mir became used to as a child. And when you are ready, we will discuss this threat that you bring news of. For now, I bid you 1,000 welcomes. Sargrangela is pleased, as am I. And you feel this kind of, it's like the doors open and you can almost feel like a plug hole open, and it's like kind of like draws you all away with a current, and before you know it, you're all kind of splashed out into the corridor where Tide is waiting dutifully with his trident.
Okay. The current ranking is earth, fire, water. I just want to say it's a lovely place, Mir.
Mm,
Amazing.
yeah. It's definitely something.
And she is.
Thank you so much for your help, Tilly.
Hey,
I'm so glad I said something.
no problem. You should always try and feel comfortable to tell me stuff like this. I'm not gonna judge. I've done more stupid shit. But I'm glad it worked out, and yeah, I don't know what I would have done if I lost their memory, the memory of them again after I got them back. I don't know. It's like not knowing is worse. Sometimes people wonder about that, right? And I'm just convinced now. However hurt I am because I can't get to them or help them in this moment, not knowing would have been worse. So, cool. I'm glad for you.
Yeah.
Tide leans down. Princess,
Mm.
your father would like to receive you in the function room, but I've been permitted to take you to your quarters as well as your guests in the interim.
Okay. He doesn't want to see us right now.
Seems as though he's gotten wind of your arrival and wishes to make a proper welcome his priority.
All right.
He winks as it. Do you want to make a? What's your passive insight?
22.
Yeah, Tide told Errol you were here.
Cool.
And thus, he takes you to your rooms where you can just take a load off. get some, fresh clothes, clean up any lingering wounds. I think at this point, Freddie would kind of break away from Tisha, half to avoid the awkwardness of kind of being in a bedroom with her, like at this very early juncture, and he would go to Tilly, kind of knocking at this like pearl doorway.
Come in. She's just rinsing some of the clothes off.
Like, it looks like Freddie's bandages might need like redressing, but also he kind of speaks down. He's like, Tilly, you mentioned prior to our intervention with Tisha that you might be able to help with the extent of this wound.
Yeah, I could if you wanted to. Sit down a second. Let me take a look at it.
Like somebody who'd sat in a barber's chair, he just goes into a monologue in order to make conversation while you take the bandage off. He says, I considered Giselle's suggestion about finding some kind of magical eye or anything like that, but I want to try and look like my old self again for Tisha.
I think that's lovely, and I will be more than happy to help you, and I will do so momentarily. I did want to say, obviously we're all very happy that she's back, but she's everything she's went through, and I just feel like I should tell you to be patient. I think you know this instinctively, but like, if
She's going to need time.
She feels like she's showing you a cold shoulder. I can sense it's not that. It will be some time before she'll, if ever, be back to normal. Do you know what I mean?
Like, I didn't steal her back from Shakhtari to keep her as my own. She's not a commodity. She's not mine. I'm just, if she gets another chance at life and she doesn't choose me, then I'm just grateful that we had that chance, and she's free to choose again if that's what she really wants.
I gotta apologize to you right now. And I think maybe a part of it will be what I can give you back to you. But my apology is about, there was a moment before we met you and we learned about all these things that you were following and about the poison, about Vudra, and these were just bits and bobs of information. And there was a time that, I think some others as well, but I definitely did. I thought you did something that would have been so horrible for the world, that would have been like a betrayal of everything I think you believe in, just to get her back. And there was this moment that I thought the worst of you, Freddie, before I knew what happened.
Well, before I feign some kind of offense, let me tell you, when you work with a dozen different versions of yourself and you start to spot the differences, you kind of see what you're capable of. And if I hadn't have undone the nethermancy which brought those different aspects of me together, if I took some of those Freddies to the abyss to save our Tisha, then I genuinely don't know what one or two of them might have done. I knew that potential was there, and that's really what kind of awoke me to what the right thing to do was. It was how I felt. I knew I was doing the right thing. And that's what sustained me through those nights of research, to turn back and try again after meeting dead end after dead end. Not only knowing that I was doing something right, but also I had faith. I had faith that the Star Seekers didn't just up and disappear. I mean, I'm really excited to hear about the Infinite Library. Perhaps you could tell me some stories over whatever dinner we're about to receive.
Yeah, absolutely. It was amazing. I mean, that place, you would probably never left. It was made for you. But yeah, no, thank you, and thank you for telling me. And yeah, you are a really good person, Freddie, and I believe that given time to heal, she'll see that again. And if not, and fine. But like, yeah, I do think you guys deserve each other, and I really hope for the happy ending here.
Thank you for keeping an eye out for me.
Ha ha! Sit down, lie down, and be quiet. I'm gonna cast. I'm gonna cast the thingy. What's it called again? Regenerate. Yeah, that's right.
Mm-hmm.
Let me just mark a 7th spell slot. There you go. It's insane that this spell has no pricey components. It's such a good spell. Yeah, I will try to give him back his eye.
As you as Freddy lies back and you dip these bandages in holy water, you place the bandage over his eye and utter the verbal components. It takes a minute before Freddy, his eye is kind of his eye, the scratch begins to heal, and it kind of looks like he has a black eye for a moment. And he goes over to a mirror as the spell begins to take hold before he can eventually open his eye. And you see a milky outline of an iris and an almost imperceptible outline of a pupil begin to fade in. And as his vision slowly returns, he holds his hand out in front of his face, testing his depth perception. And he turns around. Druidic magic still astounds me.
Thank you. I mean, yours is not too shabby either, but yeah, the nature provides. I'm glad to be of service, Freddy.
Well, shall we go and meet the others?
So the spell didn't clean things. You might want to wash your face because you look kind of horrific. But yeah, we should.
Yeah, you're right. I'm getting ahead of myself. And you see, in each of your rooms, everybody, there's magically created fineries and robes for you to be part of a royal reception. With comfortable slippers and smoking jackets, silks, all that kind of stuff. Yeah. Is there anything anyone else would want to accomplish before reconvening in their own time?
Tish is having a bath. A very long bath. Yep.
Tisha could arrive fashionably late.
but clean.
Mm.
Fashion montage, trying on all these different fancy silks outfits in front of the
Yeah, trying to find
probably a
stuff
really
that fits a new
ornamental
form.
like mirror and yeah.
Uh-huh.
Naeem's
good.
there just like every time until there's one that she
Yeah.
gives thumbs up to.
Yeah.
Wait, there's like there's a maybe pile and a no pile. It's like it's everywhere. We keep whatever servant just keeps bringing them, you know.
Yeah.
80s music, of course.
Totally. Joxy finds herself something appropriate to wear, and you all reconvene in the reception room, which is like a small food hall where like exclusive meetings of royalty and nobles seems to happen. It's got guards on the door. As Mia approaches, they part. These two like merfolk guards. And you are led into a veritable feast. And you can see Zima kind of flanked by your siblings, who you have like Daria and Nerida to one side and Fen and Arrel to the other. And you're all kind of invited to sit down this long table. You even see Raylana turn up to kind of attend to the guests rather than be part of the celebration. So she's kind of like running this thing.
What was the last that I heard of Raylana? She's a journalist, right?
No, that is Sariel.
Oh. Raylana.
Raylana, you kind of think had a thing for Arrel, but it was kind of like unspoken.
She like works closely with Arrel.
Yeah.
Got you.
She would come to greet you all. Mia? Star Seekers?
Raylana, I assume that you made all of this happen. Thank you.
We're always equipped to receive family.
Mm-hmm.
You're a sight for sore eyes.
Yeah, thanks for the outfit changes as well.
Yeah, like Freddie like rubs his eye and kind of like shrugs. You have a right to feel comfortable in your own home. Tell me, what news from the material plane?
Oh. It's been a long time. It would take me just as long to tell you everything, I think, but everything, if it's not all right now, it will be all right. That's not too foreboding.
I think that's a good mantra to live by. Bit of positivity. Speaking of positivity, you really have to try the entrees. They are fantastic. I will say the chef's done an excellent job.
It's been a while since we've had any food that can be described as excellent, I think.
Well, you must make hay while the sun shines, I think they say on the material plane. Please fill your boots. Your siblings are happy to receive you, and I will say that Arrel's made an extra effort on his appearance tonight, so I wouldn't let that go unremarked upon.
I'll usher my friends to sit down and just be like, I'll just be 1 minute, and I'll run up and give him a big hug from behind.
You squeeze this big fish man. Oh, Mia, it's so good to see you.
You look great.
Oh, no, I'm this old thing. What can I say?
It's so nice to see you looking well.
Oh, I think when we last laid eyes upon each other, I was in a bad way indeed.
Yeah.
You,
Uh,
I heard so many things through the Aqueous Ancillary. They seem to do a regular column about you now. I suppose you've had many interviews from aquatic journalists who've mobbed you surface side.
not a one, actually.
Oh.
So if there's any quotes, that's not me.
Maybe I need to have a word with the editor and maybe taking some poetic license. Either way, he does make the Princess of the Coral Throne look well. Your exploits include building temples in Mystra's name and vanquishing vampires and restoring elven rule. And my goodness, I forget all of them. Each were a source of pride in and of itself.
It means a lot. Thank you.
But you return with a different mob of aides this time.
Yeah. Yeah, I have. Some of my friends from last time are just off doing different things. Some did not make it, but we've picked up new friends along the way. And I think they're all very happy to be here, even if it's just for 1 or 2 nights.
They shall know the hospitality of the Palace of Eternal Warmth. Your mother's been in much better spirits since you've returned.
Yeah, she seems different.
I would do what you can to spend some time with her. Proud and regal though she is, she's not immune to the empty nest syndrome that all parents feel once their eldest leaves and makes a name for themselves.
Oh, I mean, she still has Fen and the twins, right?
The twins have not progressed much further in their careers from whence you left. Still struggling with diplomacy and enormously codependent. They've struggled to accomplish individual successes without using one another as a crutch. Fen as well seems to have ideas far beyond his station. He not long since returned from apparently becoming imprisoned by some Dao.
Yeah. Yeah, I appreciate your help there. I think you had some involvement.
Well,
And you met my friend Freddie before?
indeed. The young Starseeker came to us requesting assistance from Zima. He was quite erratic, panicked, and he didn't really sow the seeds of reassurance when he should have. I sensed a genuine will to do good, and he dropped your name to Zima more than thrice. And so I bid Fen to go and follow up with the young man and check that there wasn't any way we could assist him under the table, as it were.
Mm-hmm.
Without undermining her ladyship, of course.
Mm-hmm.
But it seems he made a mess of it.
Oh, no. In the end, he really helped us. And it was nice to see him. The last time I saw him, it wasn't brilliant. So I think we're friends again.
Well, he was very honest about his taking on of our earthen cousins, as well as his humility in praising you for your achievements. Things in the palace look quite different these days. But one thing remains constant, my dear. You're still as beautiful as ever.
Oh, I've got to go and sit down and eat now.
He waves you away.
I'll ruffle his head.
Yeah, his little
there any
gills
hair?
or whatever, I don't know.
Gills, yeah. Go and sit down.
Okay. Yeah, you all take in a meal. It's all wonderfully resplendent. Other than a chat with Mia and Zima, is there anything anyone would like to do?
I'm just going to say, I think Tisha would eat and then retire to her room early and on her own to sleep, I think.
In which case,
Cooper.
Freddie would stay as long as possible and probably get quite drunk, I think. Yeah. Maybe even find a shade lounge to collapse on. Yeah.
So maybe, unless it's intruding, offer to just walk you to your room, not to stay. I make some excuse this outfit is totally wrong. I have to go and change the top or whatever.
Yeah.
Heels are too high.
Yeah.
And just as we're going over, I just asked Tisha, so loaded question, but how are you feeling?
Obviously exhausted beyond belief. Between you and me, Brad, I don't, and thank you for asking, I guess. I don't know how much, I don't know what's real, if that makes sense, what I've been through. And I feel like I kind of can't trust anything right now. I just need to be on my own, I think. Let it all settle in.
Yeah.
I just don't trust that I'm not going to go back,
What do you mean, go back?
Back to where they've taken me. Back to my grandparents.
Because you think you'll get taken there, or because you'll find that you want to go there, or?
Oh, no, I definitely don't want to go there.
You think that maybe if you stick around with us and try to help us undo this thing, that it'll be necessary for you to face your grandparents, to go to Inelian?
Yep.
Makes a lot of fucking
And
sense. I would hate that.
Yeah. Yeah. And also that, and knowing that I'm going to have to face that again, but also knowing that I got away and it's like a miracle that I did. And I don't trust that they won't just come through a gate and take me again. I feel like there's no security in anything.
Yeah, I'd try to reassure you, but I don't have anything to reassure you with. You're probably right, but listen, I can't speak for everyone, but if you stick around with us and I'm still moving forward, then if we run into your grandparents together, then we go as far as you go. Maybe they'll take you, maybe we'll end up somewhere fucking horrible, but we're not gonna... There's no other way out of this, I don't think. Maybe we don't go to them, maybe we don't go to Inelian, but It's the same for all of us. Whatever happens next is it's the end of a road.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I feel like they know that I'm around. I don't know why I've got that feeling. I also feel like I'm still part of the prophecy. They still want me to wed. It's but you're right, like I don't know.
Well, look, if you're part of this prophecy, which maybe you are, maybe you're all entwined in it, then you've got the whole, hopefully, all of the elemental planes and the material plane and everyone we know and dragons and the Star Seekers and every adventuring group name you could ever think of is on your side. So I know you might feel in danger, and you are, and you feel alone, and what you're going through is unique to you, but you've got a lot of people with you. We'll all be here, and we'll all try and fight for you.
Yeah, no, that's really kind of you. I know that's not heard much kindness for a while, so thank you. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna go to sleep now and pick up tomorrow.
Good night. I'll open the door for you, and then I'll go back and join the meal.
Good night.
As you go back in, Red, you can see like Freddy like gulping down his like third helping of wine, and he's like, you can see he's like smiling and laughing, and then just half an eye moves towards you, and you can see the worry and pain in his eyes as he puts back the rest of his drink and just kind of stares into the middle distance, making conversation with Errol.
I'll go I'll go over and like palm into his head like that, and be like, you need to get used to that thing again. It's not quite calibrated correctly.
Don't whack him on the head. It's going to bounce inside and it's going to break. I'm going to have to cast a spell again, Red.
I bother him a lot and like look at his eye and like tease him.
And you,
Guys,
stop
I'm the head
drinking.
of the Silver Spire. Like, you can't treat me like this.
Can you just, can we call this one your last one then, Freddy? Because I think you had a few too many.
Fine, I don't want to make a scene. We've just been through a lot, you know.
I know, that's true.
All I can see when I look at this glass of red is the eternal sea of blood.
Oh, that's a downer.
And he like puts his glass down in the middle of the table, and he's like, I don't know if I'll ever see it as wine again.
Maybe, you know, I told you your magic is. Oh yeah, maybe you could just switch to white. that's an excellent suggestion, Red. Or you know, mind altering spells. You can do that too. Whatever. But you should rest. You should go rest.
I think you're right. Thank you, everyone. I don't think I've ever been in this many different planes in one day before.
It's been a
feeling a bit nauseous.
It's been a plane hopping day, hasn't it?
It really has. He like gets up and goes to take his leave, and you can see him like talk to Tide, and like Tide like kind of nods, and Tide like points the way down the corridor, which is in the opposite direction to Tisha's room. And he kind of like, you know, shows himself to his own quarters. At that point, Mia, you are beckoned over by the Grand Tsar. Is it Zares? I think it's technically Zares, but yeah. Now then, my girl, how did you find the meal?
Delicious. We've been eating stale rations for a few days, so this was very welcome. Thank you.
Tell me about this threat that you need help with.
It's been something that's been approaching for a while, but we didn't know. I think it's the end of the material plane, or certainly as we know it. There's a have you heard of Dendar?
It's not a tale I'm familiar with, I'm afraid.
Tail. He's a snake-like god, I think, who seemingly is trying to make a comeback, including the use of my friend Tisha, who one of the benefits of being here is that we can kind of hide her away for a day or so and figure out what we're going to do next. It's going to be a war, I think.
A war. Well, the plane of water will freeze over before I deny my eldest all of the assistance that I can provide. You must know that Sargrangula, as grand as it is not the center of power in the plane of water. That, I'm afraid, resides in the Palace of 1,000 Pearls.
Yes. Do you know
However,
who I need to speak to there?
I'm afraid that sending you on such a diplomatic mission will only result in further delay. I will call in a few favors on your behalf.
Thank you.
I'm doing this because you've shown yourself to be the leader that I wasn't. You, by all accounts, Mia, you are honest and noble. And you don't keep secrets. Your journey through the Nights of Mystical Fire and to the position of High Priestess is one that inspires many. And it serves one not to have any skeletons in their closet when they assume a position of such scrutiny in the public eye. So that is why I must tell you a secret.
You can tell me anything.
I'm not your mother.
No. Come on. That can't be true.
You were born to a silver hand. a daughter of Mistra. You were brought here by your father, Madani, when you were newly born, for your protection.
What? Why would they bring me here?
Your mother had just been slain by a powerful being, and your father happened upon a Marid. It was off the coast of the material plane, in a place dubbed Sargrangula Bay. Just as his luck would have it, the Marid granted him a wish, and his wish was to protect you. The Marid's interpretation of that wish was to transport him and you here, nearly a quarter of a century ago. The effect of the wish spell transformed your physiology to help you blend in here, which would enhance your protection. And thus, you are human or half-elf no longer. You became a Marid, a Genasi half-Marid.
You're lying. You have to be lying.
Do you really think that I would let a human grace my chamber?
Why tell me now? I've been of age for a long time.
Because, my dear, I have learnt that a family is not blood. A family are the people who you choose. Familial connections and bonds of heritage, common ancestry, they mean nothing. True strength lies in shared appreciation, mutual respect, and love. And even though, my dear, you were never mine, and even though, as you were coming of age, you did not feel it as much as you should have from me, though you are not my blood, you are still my daughter. And now you are of age and have proven yourself so capable a leader. You deserve to know.
Who was the Marid brought me?
She looks towards Errol.
Oh, and my and the silver hand. Who was she? Which was she?
One of the 7 sisters, she was Elasra.
You said she was slain?
That was Madani's report. Distraught he was. Desperate. He'd just lost the mother of his newborn child.
So you and he never...
Of course not, my dear.
when I met him, I was surprised, you know.
I'm sure his surprise equaled yours. I can't imagine what it would be like to have your erstwhile offspring go off and make a name for themselves, completely of their own volition, without any help or support from their parent. Oh, wait. Perhaps Madani and I still have more in common than I imagined upon our first meeting.
Does anyone else know?
Just Errol.
So I'm not really what I look like?
You have been this way since you were but a babe, and restoring your true form would be as alien to me as it would be to you. Be under no illusions, Mia. Despite the wish that changed your physiology in your infancy, this is who you are, and it's who you'll always be.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll always be a Van Benthos Starhand in a shed. I knew that. You will always be my mother. Errol, my father.
You'll always have a place here. And we will offer you what protection we can. We will sequester what forces we may from the Palace of the Thousand Pearls. Now go and do what you are destined to do. Go and bring peace. And whatever that addendar is, go and bring the might of the plane of water crashing down upon this atrocity, like the crashing of 1,000 waves.
I will. I will. Thank you.
I love you.
I love you. I'll see you in the morning before we leave.
I will be where I always am.
Thanks. Go.
With that, my friends, you can take a long rest.
Cool.
Still time for some revelations, even in the late game.
Yes.
We will end the session there. Thank you very much for joining us.
What a revelation. Till next
Yeah.
week, then.
Until next week.
Bye.